All right, hello, my friends. We're starting a bit late, but hey, that won't slow us down too much. Appreciate everybody. How y'all doing? Get in, get cozy. Couple of new followers in the days between our last stream and now. So thank you guys. Trying to get the stream manager set up. Um. And hey, according to my Twitch stream manager, if you subscribe, you might earn some drops this week, I think. So get after that. As we get the chat up, we got our ads coming. Let's launch the game. How's everybody doing? How were your weekends? Sadly for us. Hey, Thoughtsider! How you doing? Welcome in. Appreciate the follow.
Outsider just followed.
That's fantastic. Welcome aboard. I'm still not seeing an active stream manager, though. Come on. I'm gonna have to close my whole browser. That should work well. Hey, welcome in. I appreciate you. Let's give you a welcome and wave and a little chef's kiss for starting the chat off right today. Appreciate you. That doesn't show up either. All right, I got to relaunch my browser. Hopefully this doesn't have a negative impact. OBS has already crashed on launching today, so we're off to a fine start. Browser. Twitch. Man, now all my lurks are gone. I was hanging out, partying with people today. I need my stream manager, please. Oh, okay, now we seem to be better. And just in time for the ads. But hey, at least we took care of all that stuff. So I hope you're all doing great. Happy Monday to you, if that is the appropriate date for you. Weekend was pretty great. The lone misstep, if you will, the Game 7 NBA contest between the Nuggets and the Thunder did not go Denver's way at all. I mean, the first few minutes were really good, and then it kind of all just fell apart. And it certainly was an ominous sign that throughout the day there was a bunch of weather moving through, and it was rumbling thunder like throughout the game. Like, yeah, it might be tough sledding today. But speaking of sledding, the mountains got like a foot of snow overnight, or through the day yesterday and overnight. So it was crazy. We had winter storm warnings going for all the roads going through the mountains. And here it is, middle of May. And down at the foot of the mountains on the plains where Denver and most of the people are, there were tornado warnings and watches going on. I don't think anything was too dangerous, but there were some pretty active tornadoes just out to the east of Denver. So crazy day, but it was good hanging out. Went over to a friend's house, and a bunch of us just snacked on all kinds of good munchy food and suffered through a kind of miserable basketball game. But congrats to Oklahoma. Normally I would jump on their side as the team that beat us, but much the counter of when Dallas beat the Avalanche, and I was like, well, I want anybody to take them out that can. On the flip side of this, I gotta kind of jump on board Team Timberwolf. It's in Minnesota. It's where I grew up. They came into existence when I was a kid. Have had a little more success of late, but have never really gotten out there. And nothing specific. I don't have strong feelings one way or another about the four teams that are left, but I don't have any real connection to New York or Indiana, and if it's going to be between Oklahoma and Minnesota, I'm gonna go back to my roots and cheer for the Timberwolves. Although they did take out Denver last year, so you know, but no chance of those two meeting up now. So it would have been conflicting. Anyway, we're in the middle of ads, and I got stuff to do. I will be back very shortly. I got just a couple little minor things to do, and I'll be right back. All right, sorry for the delay there. It was all about hydration. I've now got, here, let's show you. I've got three, one, two, and my blue one, mugs of tea ready to go. And I don't have a water glass just yet, but we'll get that the next time. All right, let's loot the world. For those of you who were present for the last fun we shared, hey, Kailash Farmer, how you doing? Welcome in. I'll give you a wave and a chef's kiss too. I saw the earlier follow there, so great to see you around. Hope you're doing well. All right, we got audio, we got video. We are good to go. All right, so here we are back at our home. It's very pedestrian, and for those of you all who recall or were here, we built a structure over just about here. Well, no, it's down here. This is the tree. So now we got a new guy right there to fill in. Let's start things off with those two. Go update our map wall. And it's not my proudest build ever, but it's something. And today we're going to give it a little bit of functionality, i.e., just give it a bunch of beds and get villagers in there. There we go. It's Star Warsy, and as I kind of told myself at the end of the last stream, I think it's gonna work more and more as time goes on, because we're gonna get more and more best I can do with blocks Star Wars style builds in our town here. So hopefully this will just kind of blend, whereas at the moment it's gonna be the first modern-y type building in the midst of a local establishment. So there we go. Got our building. I don't know which of these is here. I was kind of hoping this one would update with the path, but I guess not. Yeah, will all be here. There we go. Our new updated path is now included, and our big building on the edge of town. Which, it's interesting. The little holes show this one catches the scaffolding. Oh, I'm standing on top of it, though, as opposed to the grass that all the others are showing. All right, so we were going to do a little bit more with lighting in here. We're going to put that here, which is why we left these holes exposed, and then try to get them a little bit sealed in as well. We also obviously need to do a bit of flooring work, and I think that's all pretty doable. But hey, we got a map. Now I can show you guys our new build when we are hanging out in the house. Oh man, it is good to be back. I gotta say, I was definitely thinking some Minecraft through the weekend. It was a good weekend, really. I was mentioning on Friday when we streamed that I'd probably stream on Saturday morning, and then I had a food truck carnival to go to. I didn't end up streaming, as you guys probably noticed. It was a beautiful day, and had some other opportunities to make use of that time. So I did that. Sorry about it. Sorry about not getting to hang out with all of you, but it's worth it. All right, so there we go. Our city is expanding. It is a little clip by this map, but again, we're going to somewhere make a larger zoomed out map over time that will kind of consolidate all of this onto this, and then pull the wider world from around the edges as we populate all the rest of these maps. But I don't know that that's our today mission. Maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of down for anything. What I was thinking though is Is that all we got out of all of our tree building? Hmm. As a rule, I'm kind of more focused on using those sparingly. Let's get that. Where am I going here? Nice and tidy. I know as soon as I put all this stuff up, I'm going to want more of it back, but no fixing that at the moment. I do... This is my thinking song as I'm trying to figure out what exactly I want to do. Oh, I know. Let's do... do I not have any of... Oh, I think I put the blue stems over here. I did. I have quite a few of those. Let's take... I need two. What do these look like? Ooh, that's gonna be nice. Um... Okay, so if I made, I think I need, let's do that, oh, you son of a biscuit. 12, 16, perfect. All right, let's do those. And then let's come over here to these red stems. And I just need 1, 2, 3. Those. Alright, you can now fit in there. You guys go back there. And let's go ahead and make some more copper grates, I think. Where was all my copper? What? Oh, here it is. I think we just still have some more back there. All right, how do I make a copper grate? Like that? No, that's a block. Grate. Shoot. Copper. Tell me I can't craft these things. Wow. Okay, let's check this before I just result to the wiki. We can try a few things. So let's make one of these copper boxes. Got it. All right, now great. So I'm gonna need 16 blocks. This isn't gonna do it. Good way to take care of all of our excess copper, though. And we do have a bunch of that. Come on. Okay, so that's 7 more, and then 2 and 3. And then I didn't really pay attention to how we made it. Oh, that's why the. Oh, it made 4. Oh, you dirty. Okay. Blocks of copper. Can I? Let's science this back for a second. Can I store copper in block? I can. All right. So as long as we don't let those oxidize, we can store all of these as ready building materials. And I'll just throw some loose pieces back in here. All right, we got a rainy night. I love a rainy night. Dude, it was chilly last night when I got in bed. I had my bedroom windows slightly open. And it was brisk. All right. Here we go. Let's go get our lighting done. Man, I love the... I think I will walk. I realized as I was going that this is out of the way, but it's all right. Someday we're going to make our road. Get a nice fresh view of the lay of the town. It's looking good. And yeah, eventually all of this spawn area is going to be ideal. All right, but for now, this particular building doesn't have much to offer of itself, so I'm gonna put our light sources in here, and then I'm just gonna grate cover them, and eventually, I mean that one's waxed, which I don't know why you would wax a oxidized item unless that prevents lightning from deoxidizing it. I don't know. That would make a good bit of sense. Let's just go ahead and throw that. We'll use our Star Wars downward staircase. Pop that, and then plop this in. And now is when I realize that I've left myself far too much to work with here. But that's all right. There. And now these do make a bit of a difference. Oh, well, that was easy. Hopefully these cooperate. There we go. Got some light in here, but not obtrusively. Oh, I didn't seal up that. How was I gonna do? Is right. I mean, I guess I could just put a blue one up there, but how many? I have 8. All right, that's at least feasible. So now what if we went like that? A little better than just nothing. Okay. So now comes the real question. What do we want to do for a floor in this structure? I do have an extra boat over here. I didn't even plan that little good fortune. While we're here, should we get some more sugarcane harvested? We can always use that for more librarian leveling. Somehow I missed one. All right, let's not screw this up. Hey, Amanda, how you doing? From the giant tree process, yes. Aren't they gorgeous? We gotta figure out flooring though, and I haven't been exactly inspired as such, but maybe like some diorite with a counterstone. I don't want to use the blue and red just because we have them now and they're new. If you use them too much, it's a little OP, but. I agree with you, and you sound like a viewer from my own heart because I have it's not at the top of my rant list, but it's there. Just because it would make so much sense. Like if you have dye and can dye all those things, why wouldn't you be able to paint wood? It's just silly. And you could make it more expensive than dye, right? Like dye onto wool, right? That's a process. Obviously, it's got long historical, amazing stories and stuff. How involved, valued that was in going, far back than any of us can know from archaeology or history. But particularly like Roman times, the purple that was only allowed to be worn and continued on into medieval royalty stuff. That purple was only allowed for royals. You just couldn't wear purple, and it was because of the process and materials needed to make that particular color pop. But you could do that with wood too, right? Like for folks who haven't done a lot or aren't familiar or just go buy a bucket of paint from the store and aren't really aware what's going on there. Typically, you need to prime the surface to let the paint adhere to it well, give you an even coat, make it adhere without peeling, and all that kind of stuff. So, introducing some form of like an oil or using wax, you can only use paint on wood if you've waxed it first. Something that makes it more difficult and more exclusive. But yeah, then let a wood house be painted lots of colors. That seems very, very natural to me. I don't understand why it's a problem. That, I think my top one is why can't smooth stone be made into fences? Why can't we have vertical slabs? These are all. I hear you. I like making things more difficult. Especially in hardcore. I want it to be worked at. I love to laugh at the YouTube videos where it's like, "Oh, your builds are so exhausting and all that, but here's a way to do it. Use some copy command and stand in the right place." And it's like, "Dude, what?" Anyway, pamper your sheep. They'll love you for it. All right, so now let's fill in our harbor a bit more here. Um, flooring. I think, ooh, maybe a little, I took my one and only stone cutter. Why do I only have one stone cutter, folks? What's going on here? Is it stone and iron? Not wood and iron, right? Is that... All right. What if we were to do... Got a lot of andesite. Let's go 2 of each of these. Yeah, true. Yep. Yeah, concrete, once you've got concrete, should be shapeable. Now, it's kind of that whole, like, I think the idea was set the block, wet the block, let the block dry. Um, but yeah, like, concrete in our world is used for every shape imaginable. All right, let's get back over there and see if we can make a floor for the ages. I don't need a boat with a chest. What, you've never popped out a pork chop? That's I guess reserved to my people, the pigs. All the pigs. All right, let's um no, I was like, I guess I could start with andesite around the outside because I have the most of those, but I don't think we want to put gray into gray. Okay. I don't mind having that there, even though it creates a mason. Oh, there's one here. All right. Now we are on limited blackstone, but I think that is doable. Damn it. Damn it. Stop. Let's not be like that today, game. I think shovel is a bit... I mean, I could just... Let's just clear the whole thing, right? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. And again, this isn't perfect. So I've got 4 and I've got 5. So maybe we go... a bit like that, and then we could do sections or... Oh yeah, they let their feelings be known all the time. Really? That's what you're gonna do? Aww. Um, don't think I want checkerboard, but maybe... Wow, great. Don't know what we're going to do there yet. Let's make sure that these get nice match. All right, and then not sure there yet. Maybe that? Oh, and we never got these 3. And then I could continue the pattern. And then do I... drop these? Not there. It's not dirt. I'll give it that. Also, do we no longer need these torches? Because we should have plenty of light. I did take all the glass back, but we probably want some windows now. Off to the sides. You don't see much extra from out here. We could put pass-through wall lights in and cover those as well. All of that stuff has gone back to the base, but in lieu of further windows and to replace our torches, we could put a light there and then just edge it on either side. And then drop just a couple more windows. But maybe. That's good. I think one thing we'll do, I definitely want to fill that thing up with beds just to kind of make us a um, we need so many more chests. I have 3 of these. Let's before we go all in, let's just take one and try it. Let's take 2 more glass panes, so we can put windows in the opposite side. Maybe 4. Maybe I'll throw a small window on each of the 2 long ends as well. Alright. Wool is non-existent for the most part. So maybe we'll finish our... Let's do this, first of all. Those back. Got a dirt box after all. It was our very first needed box. And now it's full. Crap. All right. Oh, I bet I put my shears in my hydro spanner case. I just need one of those. I don't need to carry the whole stack. Let's we got a bed. Let's go back over to town during the evening and set this up so we can get a nighttime look at our build. Our trees have a nice little bit of luminescence to them. Our little grills of copper, oxidized and not, are looking good. So what I'm hoping here is that by a little more difficult vertically. I think that's right though. Oh, what you guys all think? Does that come close? Maybe a mahogany log would match. Although I like a little bit of contrast here. So I think that would be worth the effort to throw out a few more. And what's more, it gives us a little brighter space inside. Hey now! I didn't put up any iron bars. No, I'll wait. You go scour the internet, look for Star Wars Tatooine buildings and stuff. Like Anchorhead, Mos Eisley, something like that. It's about as close as I can get. I don't like this block. That looks like Enderman leavings. Well, there you go then. You're a squid. Somebody wants to buy squid from me. We could make an exciting squid farm someday. Okay. We've got these sheep. Remember when we came back from our little walk? We stayed up on top of that hill. There were some sheep up there. There's baby sheep. Dude, why would you want to go beyond Sheepdog Island, dude? Although maybe you could take over the whole place. big big flocks of dyed sheep are definitely a good thing. Yes. I do agree. We could terraform it all with moss. Speaking of moss, I think moss is going to feature prominently later today. Yep. Oh yeah. Any good man, I want my nature to look naturey. Has. See, I don't think it looks too presumptive. And as other buildings start to cityfy our village, we're gonna be glad that's there. Especially as we boost our population. One of the questions we're gonna have is as we get more villagers, and I definitely want the bulk of them, even if they end up grabbing professions, to not be our necessary traders. I want them just to be free to wander, but there are some, and each time I panic about our grocers, I do wonder, like, okay, should we be securing these a bit more? Um, Normally, I'd make a mall or something and build in the curing drop trap and all that, and we'd get good prices and all that. Still doable, but it's been done a few times, and I kind of like the organic free range villagers a little bit. Huh, I should bring over some stumps and fix those trees where the creeper popped once upon a time. Looks like 2 oak, 2 birch. Let's go do that. It'll maybe give our sheep a chance to dine on this fine Sheepdog Island grass. Why did you eat twice? Just to flaunt your disdain. Hey, we'll maybe grab some wheat and feed up our sheepies too. That's how we always end up with extra wheat in the house, but I don't think I have any at the moment. More than enough. All right, 2 and 2. A little light on lumber. And I think that's all we need. I have to go tree chopping. Fortunately, we have apparently a continent of just forest, so it'll all be good. I want to swing out this way. Well, one of you took the opportunity to snack. Good job, sheep. You get the first chance to be made sexy. Let's go. Alright, you're still a oh, there's the black sheep. Here, let's see if we can pull this one back to the core of the island. I know they're going to wander, which is fine, frankly, but if they're going to wander, I want to have a bunch more of them. Come on. Hey, black sheep. Aren't you the one? Which one's the one? What's going on? One of you two should be frisky. There. Gray sheep. Yay. Totally not how nature works, but that's fine. Alright, I guess we can get some black wool here. You guys grow up big and tall. Actually, I could jumpstart them a little bit. Burr, burr, burr. It's the adult sheeps I need to... You know what? I don't know if they can eat through leaves. So I should probably do this, right? Give them more grass blocks to... I know they can't get to these ones below these. Lots of unleafy green grass for you to eat. There you go. Instant results. That sheep knows how to make their shepherd feel appreciated. Hi, doggies. We'll keep some leaves by you guys to hide your poops. Don't walk on the leaves. When I was going over to my friend's house yesterday to watch the basketball game, I noticed there's a sign up and it was like free goat experience at the park, like, and then the dates. It's like, it's a good thing it's free. I don't know if I'd pay for a goat experience, but it's actually a really cool thing. The city uses a kind of mobile herd of goats to keep their invasive weeds and stuff under control in their open space parkland. So, you know, undeveloped park where it's just open fields. The sheep come in and crop all that stuff down before it has a chance to seed and spread. So good for the environment, good for the native species to be able to compete with the invasive ones. And the goats will eat anything. Not Goaty. Goaty hates everything. He likes it. Goaty likes it. Come over this way. Yeah, pretty much though, I guess. I don't know. I think goats are pretty awesome. Specifically, I think mountain goats are incredibly awesome. Goaty goats, I don't know. I mean, I've seen them at farms and stuff like that, but you know, they're kind of jerks, for lack of a better word. I think they're a pain in the butt in terms of, you know, the notorious goat'll eat a tin can if you give it enough chance to. Oh, I forgot my my little logs here for our naturing. There. Take that, you nasty creepers. Vandals. Come here. Alright, we have greatly enhanced the functionality of Sheepdog Island. Get back. Earn good night's sleep tonight. Town once did a similar thing. They brought in lots of ducks to eat their grass and weeds. Then they had too many ducks. They released a bunch of dogs to eat the ducks. Then there were wild dogs around, so it wasn't safe to go to the park anymore. They totally ruined the park. Should have just brought a lawnmower. Yeah. Fortunately, these goats, as I understand it, are just like trailered in. That's why it's like the goat experiences from this day to this day, right? They keep them supervised and take them away when they're done. Kind of move them from field to field. Yeah, if nothing else, nature reminds us again and again how foolish it is to start messing with it, thinking we know what's up. I guess this is our sheep. Wait, did we have? No, that's the old one. All right, let's go to bed. We're supposed to come home and go to bed. Now we're messing around, staying up late. Every goat I've ever met was named Houdini because goats are good at escaping pens, and every goat owner thought they were being unique and clever. When I lived up on the mountaintop, ooh, nice. People would rent out their goats. So, yeah. I think that's exactly what they're doing here. And I think, for whatever reason around here, goats are preferred to sheep, but both would do about the same thing. We just got a long history of cattle versus sheep in the western U.S., particularly here in California, in Colorado. The cow ranchers and sheep ranchers would literally fight and cut each other's fences and all that kind of stuff because sheep, it turns out, as I've read, eat the grass lower than cows do. So if sheep come through, they ruin the grazing for the cows. And so the cow farmers were like, well, we don't want you guys here. And they'd basically, run them off at the threat of great bodily harm because it was the Wild West. Could kind of do whatever, but fast forward 200 years or 150 or whatever, and it's why we tend to eat a lot more burgers and steaks than mutton and lamb here in the United States. Cattle ranchers won out. God, I don't even think that's gonna be enough. Yeah, well, enough for now. Alright, so as I said, first priority is just getting our population higher and higher and higher. I don't just want this to be full of Plains villagers. I want it to be full of an array of villagers. And for the time being, that means the Savannah villagers we've already got represented. And unfortunately, we only have one free and mobile. So we're going to have to emphasize the cleric Savannah villager with all the carrots that we give so that the most breeding can take place there. But the only limiting factor at the moment is lack of beds. Oh, I need crafting table. So let's a few of these and one of these. And one of these. And one of those. What? Oh, that's stone. Yeah. Never mind. Do I have carrots? You guys got? No, I gotta go home and get carrots. Hi, kitty. Was that a jelly cat? Hmm. Let's Oh, I never did the windows either, did I? Ah, you son of a... Stupid bed. Letting me walk all over you. Alright, then... What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe? Nope. Not a good window spot. Are there 3 now? It's not terrible, though. I know it's a bit larger than a typical Star Wars window. Okay, got all the blocks. Alright, we got them some more windows. Now let's... I think we're gonna need probably 1 less than that, actually. See how we do there. Really doesn't matter. We can do a whole lot more, but... Two? Oh, I was wrong. I don't want to sleep. I just wanted to pick up the bed. All right, 1 more bed. Should have just made it. What the heck? We'll find another place. Maybe there'll just be the one outsider bed. Okay. I just had a new idea. It's probably the oldest idea, but it's new to me. We should also Ooh, we got an ad coming. Should also probably start thinking about getting some Fletcher blocks in the town. Just because they make such good buyers, particularly down the road of feathers, which we have a gazillion of. What are we looking? Oh, we're looking for carrots. I don't even need to be here. Dang it! I got distracted by the ad, which says we get 30 seconds. We got a bit more than that. Let's grab some armloads of carrots. Now, I don't think I need to feed them all this. In fact, I want to kind of keep my feeding limited to the cleric and The farmers will do their own because they're growing potatoes and carrots too, so they can kind of interchange. Or when we sell them carrots, they'll have those to share as well. I guess free goat experience sounds nicer than beware. There will be goats in the park. Yeah. Don't they change to match the biome where you put them? No, they do not. They retain their original skin, and their offspring, much like the sheep, will have a chance of varying between the two. So here's the guy. Princess Vespa was one of these too, but she went and got down in the Lore Master Cave. See, this is problematic though. So now they can. Gonna be a lot of fresh kids. It's a fresh new baby boom. I really need you to be on your own. So this will have to skip a cycle, I guess. Hopefully they don't all fill up all those beds. But just okay. Here you go, dude. Stop. Where are you going? Oh, you're going into your bed. It's up here. Wait, let me get past. Oh man, there's already. Oh, I'm out of those carrots. Dang it. Okay, here. I'm gonna hang out in the Once Upon a Time stable and have a nap myself. Oh, we're into the ad too. All right, let's pause that. I will step away real quick. Be right back. All right, ad viewers coming back in 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody. How y'all doing? I hope you saw some good ads for services and goods that you might find useful. I rarely do. I neglected for the first segment to tell you all about horrible a tale of murder, murder most foul. I went out last night, and one of my little beanstalks had been totally stripped of all its leaves, and I was like, dude, a little critter came in here and did that, and I was like, that sucks. I'll have to do something about that. And then I went to bed because it was almost nighttime. And then I came out today, and I've got two kind of whiskey barrel-y like things for my beans, and one of them is entirely stripped bare. It's tragic. The other one is looking fine. All I had at the moment was like some anti wasp spray stuff that you really are supposed to just aim at them and kill them. But I put some of that around the bottom of the pot, like on the concrete decking and all that, and hopefully that will the smell of that will deter if it's I don't know if it's a baby rabbit that could wriggle its way in onto my. I'm on the ground floor, but I have a wall. It's got a couple little drain holes at the very bottom. Um, and it's got little balusters up at the top part. So I don't think a full-grown rabbit could squeeze its way in there. I don't know. I don't know what it was that got in there. I don't know that a mouse would eat leaves, but whatever. So probably tomorrow morning. I've got to do grocery shopping and all that, so tomorrow's stream will probably be later. But I'm gonna get more. I'm gonna get a big old bag of mothballs, and I'm gonna get some more bean seeds if I can find some. And they should still be able to start and grow back up. Um, to climb, and I can. It's actually a good thing because that side was the most janky of my string apparatus. I think I'm gonna try to find like just a little bag of metal tent peg type things, and actually take the lines all the way down to the bottom, and just stake the string all the way into the ground so it can't blow around, and clean all that up so it looks a little better on the one. But dude, I hope they don't get both sets because the other side is doing the best. I've got two that are like feet up the string now, just with tendrils, little leaves sprouting out. I do not want them to get killed. So defensive fortress defense is in play in my garden. Anyway, we slept. We've got these guys all hanging out. Once the cleric goes to work in the temple church thing, I'll be able to specifically give the cleric carrots because I want the cleric to have a full inventory and be ready to um, have some kiddos. And I guess we got a 50-50 shot with them. We got a 0 shot with any of the other villagers that their children would be anything but more plains villagers. So got to do some more work there. But today is probably a good day to go get some forest villagers, right? Because I've got an excess of beds now. And we can have 3 different types of peoples. Had I thought this through, I would have brought another boat. But we can get 2 villagers in a boat. 3 if I just take 2 regular boats, and we'll need to grab some leads. Yeah, if Vespa was still upstairs, that would be a lot easier because I would have 2. I don't know. Are my. We gotta get rid of those leaves too. Yeah, here we go. I don't need all of them, but whatever. Alright, we want all these carrots. I probably don't need the scaffolding for anything right now. I don't need this odd piece of wool. And I don't need these planks, although I've got shears. Let's go try to get some wool on the way to the spruce biome. So I can make 2 extra beds in case they've bred enough children to fill all those others. Please, white sheep, say that you've eaten all this abundant grass I've left you. All right, I see 2 white sheep. Trade that for that. All right, that's another bed. That's all the wood we've got ready for, so all good. Oh, I didn't get rid of the leaves, did I? Grr. I want that extra inventory space just in case. We're kind of full. And I would like to make use of um, the bone meal. What little we have. But stacking a bit. And we got some stone hose there. Remind me to grab those. Where did I park? Because they work just as well for our later project as a diamond enchanted hoe would, aka they break moss instantly. So, yep, yeah, they're see. You can see my tendency there. I like the world look of it, even if it's not particularly efficient. So what I'll do at some point here, I'm sure, is set up a sheep complex where I'll have pens with each of the colors dyed into the sheep. And then I can just hand sheep. And if I've got a big project where I need orange, right? I'll just temporarily breed up a bunch of orange sheep and still hand shear them, but keep them producing wool that way. Yeah, exactly. I love that. It's the immersion. We still have the opportunity to architecture, or I'm sorry, archaeology some of these structures. We should definitely get after that at some point. With our respiration, with our armor being such that I'm not immediately terrified of trident wielding drowned, and wouldn't mind getting a trident. That would be good. So these guys, I don't care about trading with them much at all. So it is. Don't want to use up my shears. I need a good place to extract these folks from their beds. I think we tried to add beds down here. Where do you come in and out? We got some pathing issues here. Kind of like to do this at night so that I know they're away from beds. We definitely don't want a green shirt. He's good to go here. Um, See, that doesn't really work because it's not going to get me out to the water. Ow! Stop scaring me. I don't know. That's why I've kind of been putting this off. Oh, there you go. I have a few more kids. Hey, little kid. Um, Fortunately, this little bit of the town center, I think, probably not enough beds. Um, this little area isn't ideal. Ooh, but if you guys all, where are you going? You guys all come down here for the night. See, he's just like coming back up for social hour. I don't know what you're doing. Farmer's up here. He's probably going to try for hearts too because he's got all the food. Cluster. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, we've got so much Christmas tree forest. It is massive. And a lot of it is giant Christmas trees too. All right, before we dive into this, I am terribly sorry, but I'm getting called away. Give me just a couple minutes. Again, I'll try to be really, really quick. Sorry about this. Oh, sorry about the interruption there, guys, but I'm back. Hopefully, no more to come. All right. Now, I don't know that. Yeah, they're not in bed yet. Uh, but this. I guess these could work because I can get down to either there or not there, but I could. As long as I didn't fall off that corner, I could get to the grass and get out that way, or I could go around that way, which can't quite see. But yeah, that would get us to water as well. Where are you going, dude? You got bed? Is it bedtime? It's up here where I think I did throw a. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. It's just a single. That's a single. Okay, so let's set a bit of a bed trap, maybe? Okay, well, still a bed trap. Why is there nobody in that bed? Okay, he's going to go to that bed. Go on. Not going to get into the boat as a result of the bed, but I think I can get him that way. Now, still nobody in this bed. Got two here. That looks like one of mine. Alright, let's do this. Find the new bed. See the new bed. Go get it. Alright. He's off. Whether he gets in the boat or not, I'm not too sure. Not quite yet, but now... There. Alright, now... my work begins. As we see if... Oh, God. Ah, there you go. Out around the corner. Don't break. Okay. Good there. Good there. Oh, I can't take you through that way, but I can take you out this way. Okay. Now, I think this may be my better option. Is just to swim the boat back to my... I should have broken the boat and brought them that way, but... Yeah, you're too slow, Mr. Zombie. little late night villager fun. Okay, okay, look, quick, away from shore. All right, safe. They're not infected yet. No, wait, you don't swim with the midnight jellies, the Lunaloos? Oh, what was that? We should really try to avoid these magma blocks. We don't want to have another Vespa incident. Still good. There's our trees. Look at them. They're like beacons they look so good at night from this side when nothing else is lit up right beside them. Pretty cool, huh? Bet you guys are excited to be coming to this town. Oh, God, no. Look, villagers are... They're our delight and our major headache out of this entire game. Well, there are a few uncertainties. How we doing? Okay, we got lots of nighttime left. We got lots of danger. I can only hope that most of what we have here is well enough lit that we're gonna be a bit okay. Alright. You guys stay here, be safe. Come on, swim fast. Doggy paddle? We have villagers at stake here. Alright, I'm gonna try to give them a little light corridor. There's that. This is what I was worried about. Why did they come all the way to ground? Oh, because I had my damn lead on them. Oh, my God. Look at this. Just nonsense. That is a horde and a half. No! Oh, my God. Okay, you're dead. Oh, I don't want to lead you guys towards them. They're flanking me. Golem, get over here, dude. This is stupid, game. Alright, the golem's gonna get that guy. Oh! Am I even making progress? Golem, come on, dude. Be a pal. Help me out. Well, he didn't really help much, did he? Stop. Thorns? Alright, are they still cool? That was ridiculous. Do not call another horde to me. Alright, let's get this out here. Alright, you take out that spider. That's good work. Alright, well, they survived. Alright, I'm not hitting you guys. I'm hitting the boat. Alright, run for the bed. For the bed! I guess my inventory is full, is what's going on there. I assume you got... Ah! Oh. Okay, you need to keep moving. Get to the indoors. Come on! Get in there. Alright, here comes a golem. Make sure you're safe. Good. Alright. I don't know what's going on over there. We got creeper. Best to leave him alone. Maybe. Okay, maybe not. You're doing good, buddy. I don't think I picked up any iron. Jeez. Just do all that. All right, you're looking good. Oh, I got more over here to clean. This is kind of dangerous, depending on what comes over the wall. All right. Let's pick you up. And of course it's still raining. What I should have done was slept to get rid of the rain, but that was kind of fun. I don't want to hit you with an egg. Oh, there we go. Little baby chicken. Can I give these to the... I know that they can carry them and drop them. Would you like that? No. Fine. Don't take it then. Some of you guys were looking a little ragged. A few more green dots. Some bones. Definitely welcome those. See, our goal. Oh, somebody grabbed a block. Not cool. All right, there's our cleric. Oh, God, we didn't get a chance to feed the cleric, did we? Damn it. All right, well, maybe today we'll... cleric is at work. We can drop a few carrots. Oh, now I've put all the carrots away, though. Any of our current golems dinged up? There's a butcher. Oh, they all look pretty good. All right, these guys are not quite getting it yet, but they're checking out the surrounding environment. That's cool. Now I got a mason. Sell us some clay bricks, but not clay bricks. Ah, Minecraft, we love you so. All right, let's see if we can sort out this craziness now. You can go away. I can leave this wheat here. Let's pull this back. Guess we're not doing so bad on inventory. 2 stacks. All right, cleric, are you to work? Yes, you are. All right, let's have a little private, call this like confession, right? I'm going to buy some indulgences here. What are you doing? Don't run away. He's like, I will accept no impropriety. Get all those carrots. Get them all. There you go. Good. You can give them as alms to other, or, yeah, I guess the alms would come to you. Those are me giving alms. And then you can distribute them to the needy. How about that? Whatever liberties you take beyond that, that's up to you. All right. I think at a minimum, our work here is done. I know I talked about Fletcher's and all that, but I think expanding the trade is kind of future consideration. Yeah, I think we've got that. We've now got three different quote unquote races or ethnicities or cultures represented, however we want to look at it. And that's a good start for our society here. We still have yet to even find a desert or a Badlands, much less bring people back from it. Or a have we found tundras? I know we found like ice spikes and stuff. But a tundra village, a desert village, a jungle village, those are all needed still, at least. And I'm sure I'm probably forgetting something or other. But I like having a little bit more variety. Variety is fun. All right, you guys have a good day. Stay safe. Golems, keep them careful. Yeah, there we go. Getting a little meeting and greeting. Oh, it's wonderful. Yeah, now you guys can learn about new celebrations, new flavors of cooking. Oh, don't you think you need to go back? You got a home now. Yeah. Stick to that guy like glue. Oh, look, we got more squidding too. Thanks to our boat. Don't you eat that squidding, salmon. All right. What I was like, "Oh, I could go get the sugar cane again, but our inventory is jammed." So let's not do that. Let's come down here, get rid of all this trash. And then we're coming up to about half of our 4 hour window, and we'll see how much beyond that we go. But I think I want to put some good time into our basement in case I haven't made that clear enough. Over, oh, I should have left these beds, I guess. Put them in there. Yikes. These are our commemorative poppies. I guess one of these should be over here too for the fallen golems. We got some good string, some more squid ink. The egg goes in the random farm junk. Couple of planks. Couple more iron. I missed the bones. Here, those are just golden. Here. I've already got golden boots, so I don't need those, but I do need this helmet. Let's go take off the prot 1. So it's nice and clean, and we get a little ding. There we go. Our collection grows. I'm going to do something I'm sure I will forget all about. But let's make this guy... Actually, let's use a frame. And we'll make these guys the markers for the future, where if I have individual crap to just smelt... we'll throw it up here. What? What the? All right, look. I don't know what that functionality is, but I'm not playing here. Why is that a thing? Also, why can't I now... It doesn't care about my shift. That's never been a thing before. What the heck? I mean, that works. I guess I just needed to be up higher. Okay, whatever, game. Now I guess maybe I should try all that again. This is where I really wanted it all along. There. What? Wow. I don't know. That was weird. I guess if you try to put something into a frame 3 blocks above your head, it will instead go on your feet. Who knew? All right. A little bit of tweaking here. Let's put you away and you away. These are our bundles. So now, boat. You go in the mess of boats. That there is that. Yeah, you are right to say so. All right, let's get all of you. And all of you. And you. And let's check here. Don't have anything in there. Yeah, I do have that hoe. All right, let's go see how this is gonna work. Now I know how this works technically, and it should be great. Normally, I resist it a bit because I know I'm going to use deep slate for stuff a lot, so I just make myself and you guys suffer along through a bunch of building. Now we have a bit of storage, and obviously we have some deep slate there. We got some basalt, we got some tough, we got some nothing, and we got some netherrack. So all good stuff. We'll use our bundle to hold spares. And I think for now we're just going to go up through here. And I think that's our actual ceiling height. One, two, three, four, five. It's maybe supposed to be one more than that. And I guess I've got it at 5. Normally, normally I want to have a ceiling. Not sure I'm too worried about that right now. Let's just go at 5. So I've got 1, 2, 3 more torches, and I think I'd gone 2 blocks beyond those. So 1, 2, 3, 5, and 1. And then an extra 2. Hope I'm right. Ooh, diamonds. This is my Silk Touch pick. I thought I went 2 beyond the torches there. I did not, it would appear. Alright, well, whatever. No harm, no foul. So then, because again, I don't know exactly all the mechanics of this, so we may have some oopses. Let's try this. I don't know if this whole top needs to be cleared first to make this work efficiently. But if we bone meal moss, okay, damn it. Well, now we know at least what we got in store, and we only have to do 2 levels. Instead of all of them. And we'll still get a bunch of deep slate out of the deal. Okay. This is a bit tedious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. That's probably enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there and there. All right, we'll skip a row. We'll get that prettied up when we get all said and done. All right, let's do some light through here. Oh, there's gravel on that corner, and I was like, man, this seems short. So what have we got for topics to talk about? Anything that's been chewing at their brains a little bit? At some point last week, I had started watching a Netflix series called The Crown. In fact, actually, I'd watched it earlier, and it's not really my exact style. You know, it's kind of family. It's like Downton or some of those, I guess. But it's historical in the fact that it's the story of Queen Elizabeth first coming to power, and then apparently all the way through her life. I don't know how current it got before it either ended or if they're working on another, but doesn't matter too much for the show. It's got the romance and the drama of the family. You know, people choosing love over their duty and that kind of stuff. But it is at least historically based, and having a father from England, we've always been kind of, a little more aware of all that stuff as it went through. quite the thing. And we're going to have another little lava pit here. This one will probably... Well, now we don't really need to mine it for obsidian because we got the end, but we'll either glass cover it, see what that leaves us with, or something, because not only do I not want... oh, we're full. Not only do I not want the... you know what? Let's double these up with the tough for a bit. These can all go in the bundle. If I'm going to spend all the time breaking these dang blocks, I definitely don't want to waste them just to despawning. Alright. So anyway, that inspired a lot of my recent like YouTubing and documentary and stuff watching. I've been watching stuff about the prime ministers of the Queen and all sorts of goodies. Because it, you know, for better or worse, those are always going to be the stories their creators want to tell, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But it certainly they can take a little license with some of all of it to make the story flow better, you know, more digestible, all that good stuff. So particularly because season 1, which is the one I watch now, heavily features Winston Churchill, who by the time of Elizabeth's reign is an aging statesman. It gets a little more interesting. All right, now this is what I don't know anything about. I don't know the range that one of these blocks can affect things at. Let's just go ahead and pop out this torch and maybe go like here. And let's just see what we can do now. All right, not bad. So we get a nice big area. And then I definitely want some bushes. But now I can kind of scatter around the edge here. Yikes. A few more of these to hopefully fill in. Here, let's do... Oh, actually, let's take redstone, right? We don't want to waste that. I don't know how much overlap or anything is likely to be needed here. Maybe one more up a bit closer to the wall. All right, let's see how that does us. So now we can also do this, and then that, and then that, and then that, and actually these hard edge walls are kind of great, right? Because they... Oh, torches are a problem. Alright, well, that's fine. Take light over full efficiency. Ooh, look at all those extra... little bushy guys. Oh, I gotta be... I've already done too much. So they don't care how far up or down they go, I guess. That's something to watch out for. But we can use deep slate that we've gathered to patch those. It doesn't work on the carpet. You gotta break the carpet just like any of the rest of these. Now, if I put a torch just randomly, that'll give us a little bit more light. Oops. Don't mind that. Alright. Are we... Well, we'll leave that one too because waste not to. Alright, let's drop these back down. I've got more bundly redstone. And now... there goes our stone hose, though. So we now have a great deal of moss to bring this back again. Yeah, this is going to be our moss chest. Guess we'll need to keep some of that, but the rest of this can all go in. Just using our hand isn't too terribly slow. If we want to make more stone hose, we gotta go upstairs. I'm a little afraid of using my nice enchanted hose because I think they might, I don't know if that's in the right spot or not, might just instantly break. And then we'll be down to no hose. Whew. How did those happen? Maybe it can burrow down a little deeper. Now, here's the next question. Obviously, we want to pop these out. That's a little dark. If I just do this without having to fill... Oh, yeah. No hole fill-in for us. Oh, that's probably a bit too close to the edge. I don't want a little replacing. let's get just a little something back there. Stop. Ooh, that's nice to see. It won't spread into the ore, actually. A bit of a derp on my part, but an educational one. Alright, I'm still not entirely sold on the whole idea. It takes a little bit, but we got a minute and a half. I'll take a little mini break here and be right back. Alright, about 10 seconds left here on the ad break. Hope you all got a chance to get some hydration, run around, do what you will. I don't think I'm going to go all the way back up for more stone tools, though. Oh, that's actually there. This by itself is quicker than deep slate, anyway. Was it there? I think that's the right spot. But now I'm at a bit of a loss because, you know, what do we do here? Is it worth doing this whole layer if it's going to be spreading under too? I don't think it does too much, so probably it's still good. I don't know. It's definitely quicker and more varied than just grinding on deep slate. And we get a bunch of moss that, as we were talking about earlier in the stream, we can use to edge hillsides and stuff to make them green rather than green-topped dirt. So what do you use to break the moss? Do you do it with like a torch like I am, or do you use a tool? Because I don't, I mean, those stone hoes went so fast. I don't want. I mean, I could just make plain diamond hose, I guess, but that seems kind of wasteful. And right now, it just seems like a pain in the butt to climb all the way up the stairs just to go get more cobble and sticks. So, as a new to the trade moss farmer, am I doing it right? Into every lava pond, a little moss must fall. Guess I could have left some of those in place. Now, if I do... Yeah, if there's any tips on, oh yeah, no, just tweak it this way and it works better or something, feel free. I am familiar enough, but we're gonna have some holes to patch. It's probably good enough there. I dump most of the moss into a chest with a hopper under one that goes into a compost bin. I get way more bone meal than I ever could use. You can see that. So this is noteworthy. I think this is just going to burn the grass, right? Like, moss can't burn up around a lava. That's why, like, that guy's just sitting, that guy's just sitting. And yeah, eventually it goes out like that. But the tall grass will burn, which is fine with me. Get out of here, tall grass. Right. Typically clear a patch of moss before bone milling one remaining moss block, so it'll clear the blocks faster. If you moss the moss blocks, I gotcha. Okay, and I can see how, like, I'm trying to clear a level room. But you're saying, like, take all these out, leave just this guy, and then bone meal it, and it'll fill back in behind you. I get that. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Um, I don't know how well that works for, especially this bottom level of what I'm hoping to make a level floor like all the rest of this. But yeah, I can see it. Like, you're taking down a mountain. Yeah, yeah. Um, well, we'll waste some more bone meal because we got lots. For the most part, but we've definitely seen some deeper. I think, unless they've just been random holes like that. But I don't think most will. You probably know better than I do, so I'll believe you. But yeah, all right. Well, I think this is pretty good for our room clearing. And let's not use that. Let's use moss on moss. Moss clearing moss? Yeah, okay. Well, we're this time we're not, but I kind of expected that on these edges. Like if we find caves or something, it might get them a bit. So yeah, I think I want to use the mini bushes here for some hedgerow type stuff, where we can. Gotcha. Oh, are we full? Oops. Are we full? Yeah, we're pretty full. But yeah, I'd like to use those guys to enclose sheep because animals can't jump over. Mobs can't either jump over these bushes for whatever reason. Okay, fine. Go there early then. It's gonna happen anyway, Moss. Think you're so tough. You're right. Yep. That part I knew. And you can bone meal all those guys. Some people may not know. I don't know who I was watching, but if you didn't know, these little shrub bush things. Do I have any left now? These guys, the azaleas and the non-flowering azaleas. Um, if you throw those down on the ground, up on the surface, and bone meal them, you can actually grow the same azalea trees that grow out in the wilderness to mark the surface above a lush cave. So, lots of fun uses. All right, well, I think this is pretty manageably down to pickaxing now. And will at least have given us a start on storage space. Except that we got to get all these. And we may switch out the floor eventually, but for now, I just need to get a warehouse scale storage going. Let's leave those. Let's... I also heard something, just random in a video, and I've never tried to use this or anything, and I don't know if it involved a mod or something else. It said if you double right click or double left and right click, it will orient uh, directional blocks, which is something I'm constantly fighting against. So, no, I think that's Hubba Bubba. I don't know. I think I would have stumbled on something like that. Unmodded vanilla Java. I don't think you get that option of rotating. Yeah. That one I was like, I don't know. Ooh. All right. Tough in, deep slate out. All right, so we can go get some glass blocks. Oh, we gotta get all this. I guess I should get the gold as well. What? Not cool, block. I was just thinking to myself, like, does anybody remember where we found that rich iron vein? Isn't it in these stairs? Not that I'm short on iron at the moment, but seeing that tough reminded me. It was in some stairs. Oh, no. It's at the end stronghold where we were putting in the stairs towards that little portal area that we set up. That's right. All right. One, two, three, four, five. Boom. And everything's still lined up. And there. It's going to be awkward. There and there. Okay. Ooh, another offender. Okay. Let's keep this bone meal down here. I don't think I need any of this stuff upstairs just yet. Someday we'll get our linked portal up at the top, but that's going to be big building time dedicated to the house. Rough. Gravel. All right, let's get our glass first and see. Oh, see what we're gonna have there. I think it's just silly to not always have glass. And let's check here. I've got a bucket. How are we doing on our buckets, by the way? Not too bad. We should. We can always fill them in the nether, right? So I don't think I need to worry. I was like, oh, we should fill the buckets if we're going to clear that. But I won't know if we're going to clear it until after I've put the glass down. All right, let's go see how far this gets us. We'll let those cook. Man, I don't know why this is like right on my earlobe. Totally feeling it today. If I slept on my ear wrong, like with a fist under it or something last night, who knows? All right, so no idea. This may just be a place and pickup of glass, but we shall see. Where at least we got deep pockets. Alright, so now these anyway. Alright, looks good. Ooh, look at me. I'm standing on top of the lava. Alright, now. If so I think, well, I guess we could put them here because that would still give us some good space. We're going to be out two with a ceiling. Yeah, what are those things called? Crown molding kind of deal up at the top. Um, but I think thanks to our little lava feature here, we'll probably start here. We may just have some small banks here. Maybe even do up barrels for more one-off small volume items. Um, because they're not gonna cause load like the storage farm is. All right. Well, I think I could. Let's. Do I? I'm not. Do I in here? Crafting table. Oh yeah. Here, let's come over here, just where we got some more space to work. All right. We don't have to. Deal with this too much. All right. The chest direction won't really matter. And I think we're gonna start longer rows since we're kind of already messing with this. So yeah, we'll come beyond the torch. Now, do we want to use moss? We could use moss. I can safely say I have never once used moss for the dividers. Um, what? Now, what does this do for illumination? I don't know exactly. Find out. And then this come down there. All right, now I don't know exactly how this is going to all end up, but I don't think that's a stupid idea. Yeah, I think that'll work a bit. Obviously, we're a lot short over on this side. But and gonna go... And then these come down. These go up. All right, so obviously we need clearance above these chests. We could do a fourth easily enough. Um, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we should. Condenses the space, right? Go. And we'll put some inverted stairs around. It's kind of seam these in. Put some decorative end pieces. You know, not end because we're gonna probably extend on out. I don't even know. This is maybe a bit foolhardy to worry about higher tiers. Okay. So we'll have some storage, and the most pressing need here is going to be my bulk items that like dirt, right? Already overwhelming us. Netherrack, deep slate, stuff like that that we need to keep and use at times, but otherwise has a huge storage contingent, and also just the variety of stuff pushes us. But in order to even get the guts of this going, we need a bunch more chests. This guy is ready to be used. One more step. All right, I think our next ambition is going to be to go get lumber. And certainly spruce is the most bountiful that's easy to grab. We've got birch, dark oak, and spruce forests all around us. But I think we can definitely make use of some of our chopping time here. Ooh, let's put all these strays up. I think we have a deep slate box, but it's fine. I don't need glass for forestry work. I have an extra bed. This really belongs back in the village, which is fine because I think the village is where we're going to maybe start a bit of chopping. Uh-oh. My stream manager at least is reconnecting to chat. Stream time seems to still be good. I hope no issues. I see 0 drop frames. I think all else is well. So hopefully no issues for the rest of y'all. Let me just reload this. That looks fine. I haven't gone anywhere. Well, we're about to go somewhere. So yeah. Let's load up a bit more food. We've got our bundle. Oh, did I? Shoot. Damn it. Right. I got you. Thank you for reassuring me. I never like that when it's like reconnecting to chat. Wait, why? Why? We're not gonna need that. I might as well take a little bit of extra storage here. We've got our bundles in our non-allocated shulker box. I could certainly use more. Let's go take the bed back. I kind of think the first of my forestry projects is going to be, obviously it wouldn't make a lot of sense for a road to go. Oh God, I crashed. Um, Up to the crest of a hill like that. But maybe up, depending on the landscape behind it. But we need to kind of get off our isolation here at the corner of the continent and kill our dependence on boats. Now, they're probably faster than horses, but in terms of world building and fun and discovery and all that, you got to have some roads too. So I think we definitely want to cut in from our village up here inland a little bit. And maybe come across and back home on a more inland loop. Um, we'll see. Yep. Oh yeah. I think that's it comes so natural, and it's part of the reason why. And again, I know it's not efficient, right? We've already jumped ahead on the efficiency, having shulker boxes and portals, but I absolutely love to embrace the fact that it's not that efficient and still use llama trains at times, camels, horses, mules, stuff like that to make a journey and move some goods and all that through the world. And then, of course, we can use all of our shared imaginations to also kind of be like, yeah, it's these villages and these communities that we're kind of building up. They can be out on those roads themselves, right? And doing a little bit of living diorama stuff where there's maybe some wagons or something that are out along the roads as we go along them, just to pass by and be like, oh, that looks cool. But as you guys saw in the last one, this village is kind of struggling for lack of uh, interface between the tiers, isn't it? Not the tears that they make me shed because they're derpy villagers. I'm talking about the tiers of land. Um, And I don't know that road right through the heart of town is the best plan, so maybe it's something up here. This tree might have to go. And then, I don't know, maybe we can do some tree trimming. Get these set for decay. They can go, and then for now it's going to be more of a path than a road, but it could wind up from the coast. Pop up to here. We can repurpose those trapdoors. And again, I don't want to be right. Well, do I want to be right through town on my road? Like, kind of cut it. I mean, that looks like a kind of main road. Obviously, there's a building right here that makes it difficult to just artificially go straight down. But kind of get to town here and then have a curving coast road out the side. I think I could be down with that. Let's get this thing out of the middle of the road. But conveniently next to there, let's put it behind this building. Next to the road, clearing space, we'll have that for some extras, odds and ends. Yeah, I don't want to be that. Oh, the whole reason why we're here is that we want to put this purple bed back too. And it goes right here. All right, villagers, feel free. Propagate yourselves. I'll see there. Maybe we'll make a highway bypass ultimately that loops around to the side of the coast. Again, modernization and all that, I never take any of that off the table, right? I would love to turn a hardcore world into a palette and an opportunity to build modern-looking harbors and ships out there and all that kind of stuff with skyscrapers and all that. Not Star Wars-y, so we got to take that into account. But yeah, I'd love to have, this being the historical reason why this town exists on the coast. It happened to be built up beside a big, a major trading route. That moved goods from the coast into the interior. So that's the reason why the town is here. It's gonna and that old main road would have gone right through the middle of town. That's how towns evolve. But this will be good. And a little stony here. Right now we're just really trying to make the road cut by cutting the trees, but I'm wondering if I need to. Well, we do have these that kind of mark us, so maybe it bends. Inward a bit. Come on. Don't make me start pillaring logs yet. But speaking of pillaring logs, let's get... Well, you can hang out. Let's put you there. Actually, let's put you there. So if we kind of swung out around this cobble, I think this tree is definitely the one we want to take. Hey, some hydration from Vayu. How you doing? Vayu. Vayu 4, thank you for the hydration reminder. Glad to hear it. We are Cutting a road, a non-specific road, into the interior of our continent from our coastal village or coastal forest village. Um, and I think, building up a lumber camp wouldn't be a stupid thing outside of town a little bit, but an industry that would be supporting them. But for, oh my god, I'm so dumb. I use that so I wouldn't have to, so it would be quicker to chop the tree, right? But so I'm gonna try to kind of follow my eye on what would be a natural road. But I'd love to stick to the. Well, I guess this is only giving us one real option, isn't it? So we will go uphill. That's good. We got some big trees up there. So that'll kind of pop up like that. Oh, come on. Be the last one, please. What tree monster is this? As awesome as that tree is, I don't know that I want to take it because it's still kind of line of sight from town. And we've kind of wound around it to get up here. Now, what fresh hell is all this? Great potential for bridge building needs, but damn it, river. None of these rivers connected to anything. I couldn't just boat through all this. Guess we'll go this way first. Let's see what's out here. Ooh, look at you. You're a variety pig. Oh, you're adorable. All right. This, how have I missed this? First of all. Second of all, ultimately going to be glorious for a bridge. But I didn't plan on bridge building today. You are the bestest piggy ever. Yes, you are. I don't have anything to feed you with right now, but we're definitely going to need some sprucey whites to come back. So I think if I was a road engineer, which I'm not, I would avoid this giant gorge, which we were already kind of planning, right? And so that gets us up on this kind of sketchy hillside, but we could work with that, right? This isn't even up the sketchy hill, but we could definitely do something here. Cut through this little bit. Come up not to the ridge, but beside it, and maybe take down this tree and this one. These two little ones. Leave the big one there. come along the side here, and then instead of going up to the tippy top, the road runs along the edge here and builds a bridge, because rarely do you see bridges at the very, very high point, right? But it could come along the side of this kind of berm and right out into there, and then our road could continue up from there, and that'll make it a diagonal bridge, which is kind of fun. Huh. All right, well, let's take this tree. Not really, you're just going to fall off the edge there? And maybe if I take the one, I probably got to take the other because the leaves won't. Oh, stop! Was that the pig's fault? Just was celebrating you, pig. You gotta be like that. And then it could kind of survive and hang through here. This is as little a tree as I thought it was. Good. And then was it these two that were up by the big tree? I don't know why tree chopping makes me so hungry. It's a weird thing. This one. None of the rest of that is all touching. Alright, let's just burrow in here. Hope for sleep. Heck yeah, some eminent domain. We're making a road. Good luck on your exams. I hope those are. I think you had mentioned that. I hope they're continuing to go well for you. And I mean, they're always going to be a little stressful, right? But hopefully not too bad. Okay, let's get all that leafiness out of the way. Missed stump from somewhere. Maybe that was an already there stump. All right, now you, big tree, are going to go so that we can wind behind this one. And this time I'm going to really try not to forget my pillar when I come back down. Oh, don't be like that. Oh, boy. Don't make me fall. We still don't have feather falling. No waiting on falling blocks, I don't think. All right. So again, we're going to kind of cut cut into the hill, just like road. Like you ever drive in the mountains or anything, you'll see we're going to kind of cut into the high side, fill to the low side, and yeah, try to wind that up and through. I see more log over here. So that will be a bridge road because we need a bridge. I'm not gonna push too much further there at the moment because we've also got this side. Again, that road stays low, but this road is gonna wind up this hillside here, right? To avoid the stone quarry, perhaps, and maybe it goes. Let's just try to scout it a little bit. It's got this ridge, but we could kind of keep it to the back there. And do we want it to come down to this side and then cut back? Or do we want it to come out here initially and kind of run along the river uninterrupted? Hey, look, it's an azalea tree. Ooh, look at you, cow. You're beautiful, too. You're not red, cow, like we already have. But then what the heck are we going to do with all this? I can't even... All of a sudden, this nice gladed forest is all locked in. All right, so I think this is definitely a spot where we want to come around this way unless all of this ends up in water too. Doesn't seem to be. We get back to some podzol. We got another ad? All right, let's do this. Nutrition and hydration go hand in hand. Have we cleared the river? Not necessarily. River, out to the ocean. And river, back. So, yeah, we're on an island, believe it or not. Let's leave some of these finest of giant tree specimens. Are those going to all be grown together? Let's do... We'll come back and fell this tree, but I want to get it detached before we... I think that's... All right, do we have good tree separation now? Wonderful. All right, we'll park it back here. So nice little coast road coming down to here. We'll definitely want to make a crossing there as well, and should be fun. Hey! Oh my God, Rick, how you doing? I refuse to pay your tree fines. I am a licensed lumberer, and I know exactly what I'm doing. How you doing? How was the rest of your stream and your deliveries? Truck and Rick, everybody. You guys definitely check him out if you haven't already. I don't know if that was an automated thing or some nice thing you did for me, Rick, but I appreciated finding out today that I had a founder's badge. That's pretty damn cool. Thank you. I've only got a couple channels that I've got that going. Oh, I'm talking to Air as well. That's great. Look at you with a verified badge and a train. You're a current hype train. Nice. Shout it out. All right. Anyway, I will be back very, very quickly as we wait for these ads to run. Make yourself cozy, Rick. Hopefully your day is done. I did have to close my lurks because my browser freaked out earlier, so I don't even know know if you're still going, but I'm guessing you wrapped up after the delivery, and shout out to you. All right, I'm back. We got a minute left on the old ad roll, but that's fine. Let's chop this fine specimen of a tree. Not in the least a nature preserve. It was an ugly tree anyway, Clark. Shout out to the YouTubers while we're playing during an ad. You guys are my peoples. All right, let's take this little guy. So what we're really doing is getting lumber for our chests in the basement. And dual purposing it with laying out eventual roads that will connect us to the interior of our continent. By which time we'll largely be able to fly over anything that's close to us, but hey, roads are good. We're doing it for the villagers, all right? See, maybe here we could start going uphill a little bit. Hey, anytime I have like this natural terrain advantage to get to the top of the tree, it'll be a short tree. And then up on through here, you gotta go. Sorry, dude. And, ooh. Oh, yeah, this is the edge of that ravine. I don't have any dirt or anything, so we'll just leave it. But then this thicket's got to go, I think, because I want to drive off the hilltop into the river. That would be... I think I had a VIP. You gave me that, but I think after you got bumped to partner, I'm assuming that just went through. I got today when I logged in. I was going to jump over to your stream. I had a notification from Twitch, and it was like, "Visit Truck and Rick stream to claim your founder's badge." So, ha 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 ha. Yeah, because I know you've been going forever. I came to your party late, but Um, it's an honor, even if an undeserved one. I don't know. I think you and Poteen Oboen, who's a Lotro streamer, are the only two I've. I may have other founders in like much smaller channels, but um, his was a legit like, oh, I'm just trying to figure this stuff out, and he definitely pops off. You guys do so much. It's such a refined stream project, where mine is yeah, let's have fun, and I'll try to make it not terrible. That's why I still haven't even figured out shoutouts, which I gotta do. Um, I don't know if that's only through Streamlabs or what, but all right, let's let these break down. And this is kind of a mess, but maybe something like this. Ooh, that's hideous. There. I mean, it's kind of a fat, it's kind of a fat and lopsided tree. Here, we'll take this one down too. Just cause. All right, so now we're gonna have a nice little cut through of this once thriving thicket. Oh, you'd make a wonderful Christmas tree. I'm sorry, Chris. I mean, that's gonna be a pain in the ass, and will kind of curve us the wrong way. So, sorry, Christmas tree. You didn't make it to the season. There's loads others like you. Sorry. You're not a unique snowflake. You're just a tree. I guess we'll go with just this one. Come on. And oh god, it's so linked up there. Let's take this tree's leaves, not the I guess they're needles, not the other way around. Alright, so road will have a nice little area to go through there. This would make a lot of sense to come up through here. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. But regardless, I saw your earlier message and I kind of talked through it. Be safe in those storms, dude. I heard about. Was it I think yesterday was the day. If you streamed, I didn't see any of it. But that was when there was like crazy tornadoes Saturday night in the St. Louis area, and you were already getting close. So be safe, not just on the roads, but in the parking lots too, I guess. And then, so yesterday we're watching the basketball game because it's on, and I'm over at some friends, and we're all talking, like, because we're under a tornado watch, but in Colorado it's kind of crazy. Like, the I-25 interstate runs north to south, and it goes kind of right through Denver. Not even kind of, it goes right through Denver. And, if you've been here long enough, you kind of know, if there's going to be damaging tornadoes out here, they're going to be east on the plains. And I-25 is kind of a demarcation a bit. It's just far enough out from the mountains and the foothills that they still kind of prevent the storms from forming that significantly up against the mountains. So there's no room to create the funnels and stuff until you get 10, 15 miles out, and that's where I-25 runs. So it's kind of like, if you live west of I-25, you don't have to worry about tornadoes. If you live to the east of it, be prepared, because they could come. All right, so we're gonna, what is this hole? This is kind of up here. It looks a little creeper holey, but I think I think our road's gonna wind here and then right through the thick of all this junk, because I don't want the road out in what could be a gravel quarry. Anyway, we're hanging out and talking with our friends, and as you guys can see, I live in an apartment. I don't have a basement, so it's very much in jest. But I'm like, I guess I got a tub, and then I was like, but there's no way in heck I'm getting in a tub in my apartment and getting found buried under rubble naked. And they're like, dude, you don't need to take a bath if you get in the tub for a tornado warning. You just get in there for the protection from flying debris and all that. And I'm like, I understand that, but growing up in the Midwest, I kind of know how these things work. If you are lucky enough to survive what's otherwise a fairly direct hit on a home, or worse, or less likely, sadly, a mobile home, or any less protected structure where you are using a tub as kind of a last resort shelter, though the forces of a tornado basically suck everything to them. So even if you're lucky enough to, cover, something over the top and the flying debris doesn't get you, there's a pretty darn good chance your clothes aren't staying on your body. They're getting sucked and ripped away. And they were like, shut up, that's stupid. And I'm like, no, think about it. In all the coverage from all the tornadoes and stuff, where they do show survivors in a town that's been hit or whatever, it's not the people who are like, oh yeah, my place got hit directly. It's the people who are like, oh yeah, the next one over and all that, and they're looking through rubble and all that. Those people, one, are really, really lucky if they survived without horrific injuries. But on top of that, they're basically wrapped in a paramedic's blanket or whatever, because they're cut and bruised and probably concussed and all that, barring anything worse. And they're also usually not feeling real decent or like they want to be on TV. Anyhow, this is our curvy hilly thing up from the town. We got that. We did pretty decently on our first little ambitious road cut. I think that'll get us going. Yeah. Oh, I picked the wrong road. Hi, doggy. I know I gotta get some white doggies and some dark doggies and some other patterned doggies from the ones I have. We get a lot of fatal tornadoes here. EMTs say that being in a tornado is like being sanded. Yeah, it sandpapers off your clothes and skin, and if you are able to take a breath, it sandpapers you from the inside. My friend told me to stop reading about tornado stories. Dude, it's crazy. My family, I grew up in Minnesota, like in the Twin Cities area, Minneapolis and St. Paul, and my sister and brother-in-law moved for work ultimately to a smaller town in northwestern Iowa, and that's Tornado City. And their kids grew up reasonably scared of tornadoes. As little kids, they were very scared of them. Well, now, like, they grow up and they watch all these, like, tornado aftermath videos and stuff. Like, guys, what the heck are you doing? But yeah, I mean, it's a very real deal, and it's when you grow up. We grew up with it. Minnesota's not immune at all. I think Wisconsin got some pretty decent tornadoes, and so did Minnesota earlier in the week. But they, mercifully, most of them don't hit in towns. And when I was in college age, I was working summers in a produce stand out in a parking lot in Minnesota, and I actually saw a funnel drop and briefly make a small land tornado. I've seen a few out here as well, but they're kind of more dust devil indistinct. You're kind of like, how big are we getting here, right? They weren't dust devils in the sense that there were clouds above them and they were dropping down from them, but just like tiny little wisps that broke up pretty darn quickly as soon as they were carrying debris as well. Anybody remember where we parked the boat? I think it's right down here somewhere, right? Because we were talking about making the road up. There it is. Let's go ahead and sleep here. Sorry, we'll get back to tornadoes. So yeah, I have had some firsthand experience, and I'm kind of like one of those. I have learned enough over the years and definitely understand and wouldn't put myself in unnecessary danger around them. But I'm also kind of one where if it's likely tornado activity, and it's not the middle of the night or anything where it doesn't do any good, I'd rather be kind of out checking the visibility and seeing is there rotation? Which way is it tracking, and is am I in the path of it? In which case, yeah, try to get safety. But again, here in an apartment complex like this, there's not an ideal place for you to be. Again, tub, cover with a blanket or whatever the best you can. But yeah, I kind of it was like, no, listen, no, I'm not gonna take a bath, although that would be pretty funny. As a tornado warning is going by, like, yeah, I might as well multitask. I guess I'll just get clean here. Um, but it's kind of like, yeah, if one's coming at me and it's that if it's hitting that direct on an apartment complex like that, it was meant to happen, and there's not going to be much I can do to just hope for the best, right? Um, but yeah, it's so tragic. Um, but it's not new. They're a natural phenomenon and a part of living out on plains and in areas like that. And as it goes into the more central U.S., that's where it's really tough because they can just kind of pop out of nowhere. Out here, it's pretty rare. I remember when I was a younger adult, a tornado hit Greeley, Colorado, and did some devastating damage. But I grew up. My mom grew up with one coming right kind of into the Minneapolis area, and there've been some outlying suburbs that have been hit pretty badly with tornadoes. But um, the unfortunate ones that we can all kind of think of some of the names that have been hit in recent years, where unfortunately they just track into a town, and it's nasty. But yeah, as a little kid myself, I don't know. I didn't actually ever have a real deep terror or anything. I got another weekend story that fits into actual uh, actual my own phobia type stuff, but we'll get to that in a second. Let me say I didn't. We had school tornado drills. We had the sirens that went off at 1 o'clock on the first Wednesday of every month from certainly May, if not March or something, through like September. Um, and in elementary school and stuff, you had to go out and basically just duck and cover in the hallways was the drill there. Um, oh, now I don't have my thing. Oh, I do have my thing. All right. Um, let's see how this gets us. I guess we got that whole other one to do now as well. And boom, 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 boom. Okay. Okay, sorry. I don't know if I, but yeah, tornadoes bad. Where I'm at and with the options I have, I just kind of hope things work out good, or that I'm not here when when it happens. Um, but yeah, thinking of Truck and Rick, who's hanging out in his semi with Hank the dog, um, and exposed during a kind of active weather pattern, which is yikes. And there you go. Okay, we had the whole failed tornadoes thing. Those drills made no sense to me. The I was thinking of drills. Yes, kneeling down and arcing our backs with our heads over our heads. The ceiling caves in. We'll all have broken fingers and broken spines. Um, I mean, it's kind of the best of a bad situation. Um, and it goes back even further to the duck and cover during for nuke raids in the 50s, right? That um, what's it gonna do if you take a direct nuke hit? Nothing at all, right? But there's somewhat of a you're taking control of an act of God type situation, so you're um, at least a little better mentally prepared and not just running around screaming. Um, but there's also the deal that if the roof doesn't come in, the windows may still all blow, and protecting your head and face in the best means you can is going to get you from the or do a bit for the most likely danger, which is being hit by debris, than anything else. But yeah, it's if you're getting a direct hit, it was probably your time. There's not much you can do about it, and hey, that's why I always say stay awesome, my friends. At the end, go make this weeknight or weekend or whatever the best you've ever had, because we just truly do not know uh, what we're gonna be. Um, oh, I put that chest away. Let's do this for now. It's kind of stupid, but I want those three. And now, book armor! I like it. Alright, let's get some planks. Let's get some stairs. I know this isn't the most elaborate of color schemes or anything like that, but let's go ahead and get something going here. And this is where I'm like, ooh, maybe I should have maybe I should have replaced all of these interior ones with spruce planks. You guys think about that? Let's get, do I have a partial stack? I guess it's a big partial stack. And that. Not that. That. there. And then those. Not too worried. Sure. Okay, I think that will look a little bit better longer term. All right, then I think these come out to there. Then maybe you just nice and simple like this time. A little bit of green for an accent underneath. Gives them a nice clean edge. And then we got all these. And here. Alright, I'm leaving that end open because I don't anticipate a break here. We'll just continue the growing array of chests. So now we need to. It really matters. It's that. Jeez. I just make this thing massive. That. And what the heck? I'll do that for speed. Get the biggest unnecessary staircase of all time knocked back. Go. Nice little edge. A few more stairs. few more stairs. I guess there, I did step those in. So there, 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 there. Wonderful. Do I leave that just seated above the glass like that? Probably. Not too terrible. Alright, I guess we just gotta make extras, and that's why I have a chest, right? Okay. We should have a start here. So now we can push all of this back, right? Um, and we'll see, it moves it back towards the house a little bit more, which is great by my accounts, and gives us kind of all the storage space we need. I'm not a big sorter storage guy because it's a ton of effort. There's potential breakage. I'm going to leave that. Let's leave them a full stack too. And it's not that big of a time suck to sort the stuff. I understand how it can be, especially when you got 100 shulker boxes and you've put it all off, but not too bad. Well, yeah, and I have adapted a little bit. Now I will sometimes touch our hardcore worlds when I'm not on stream. For instance, expanding that basement is one of them. I've had zero off-stream time of late to get after stuff like that. But back in the day, I started all this just as a non-streamer, but just a YouTube video maker, and filing all those videos up. I was like, well, I don't want to risk losing the hardcore world when you guys aren't watching. It's still something I dread. It would be absolutely horrific if I had to come back and say, "Oh, this world we've been living in all this time, it's gone now," and I didn't even get the video clip for you guys. But I also can kind of mitigate a lot of that, right? There's not a ton of danger to us now in harvesting the farms and stuff when you guys aren't here, and you've seen me do it a bunch of times. It's not that eye-catching of excitement. I came back up here for these guys. So if I had to guess, I would say we're at 28. Is that right? 7 times 4? Is that 28? Yeah, 7 times 3 is 21, right? So let's see if we can make 28 item frames. Should I just, yeah, let's just do it. So I'll have a few more up here too. So that gets us 33, which leaves us 5. And I may be miscounting for downstairs too. There we go. Dirt is our biggest offender at the moment. And for all those roads and stuff like that, dirt is going to be a great fill, right? We can bring some stacks along and level out stuff and make our road a gentle sloped grade, which would be appropriate, right? You can't drive a wagon, much less a car or a semi truck, straight up the side of a hill. It doesn't work that way. So, and just general leveling and all that stuff. So I'm thinking for a starting point, we're gonna do overworld materials here. We're gonna do probably monster looty stuff here. We're gonna do vegetative-y stuff here, including trees and logs and saplings and all that good stuff. And this will be nether and end worldy blocks. All right. So we can have our end stone and our purpur and all that, and blackstone and basalt and some of all those good things spread out here, and not let all of those take over our home upstairs as we get more and more and more. So I think that's the plan, and I'm going to go ahead and, well, let's just start here. See if my counting was right. Did anybody count already for me? Hey, look at that, 7. Now, I do it this way, and there's just a few items that are going to be more than a stack or a double stack of fill. Those would be things like netherrack and dirt. Deep slate or stone might spill over, but most of the time you're not going to be outgrowing stuff like this. And as it was, God, I don't even know what I was watching. Oh, it was some dude that it was a YouTube video. It was some dude that was like, I made this 250,000 piece netherite farm in my hardcore world, and I'm like, ooh, that's pretty beefy. It doesn't sound like anything I would ever do, but I'll check that out. And I watched it. It was like an hour and a half or so, but I skipped a little bit. But the build itself was just like, oh my god. He had like over 750,000 different blocks going into just his build out to make this build. And a lot of the video was about all these different, what did he have farms for and what didn't he and all that. But yeah, he's good dude going out getting a lot of the stuff and all that. And the build itself was amazing. It was this big factory, like a perimeter chunk type deal, filled in with this structured big towers. Had lighting and exterior little houses and stuff up on the tops of it, and very, very cool. Very I don't know how it all goes about. It's certainly not something I've looked into. Some of you guys may already know, but basically CGI'd or feed in the image and let software select the color palette and the blocks and all this. So it was amazing shading and detail and all that kind of stuff in the build. It was truly a beautiful, beautiful factory, if you will. Really cool, and the build was like months and months of gathering all this stuff and weeks, and he's going through and talking about it. And along the way, in seeing some of the already stuff built in there, I was like, well, this wouldn't be my playstyle, but kudos for him, dude. This is amazing. So then he gets in and is like, all right, so this is a 3-cylinder netherite ingot producer, and I go in and the wording and all, it was like a um, making a refresh slow stuff out of redstone or something like that. But the effective thing there was he's just building a super efficient duper of iridium and or of iridium. So Stardew, shout out to Stardew players. Um, he it was basically just making this duper, and like, okay, well, yeah, I'd never even bother with that. And also there was some stuff up from the top of the bedrock. Although this guy wasn't just sitting there, commanding stuff in and all that. He put a ton of work into what looked like an amazing world and build. I wish I had his name on the tip of my tongue, but some of you guys may already know. Anyway, watch all this. the funny highlight at the back end spoiler is he's like, so yeah, and this complex machine is going. He's like, yeah, it'll spit out 20,000 netherite blocks an hour or whatever. Um, but it was this complex, crazy machine. He's like, I've tested it and all that, and this is what we got working, and it's all complex and crazy. And he's like, so yeah, now I've just got to figure out what am I going to do with the rest of the space, and it kind of like cuts back and back and back and back, and it like this what looked like this massive complex machine is just a tiny little corner of this ginormous build. So pretty funny on that. The quality of the video stuff was out of this world. Everything was cut scenes and flying around, moving camera body and all that. But it brings up something we haven't really talked about as a group much before, and that is how you play and what you view. And I know that you can, and I know that they've left it in the game. I don't go on the top of the Nether. I know that there's huge advantages to being up there, but it's not, to me at least, it doesn't feel like that was ever intended to be a part of the game world. And yeah, I may trade out some efficiency for not going up there, but I've never once felt the lack for having not done that. And again, just me, not mad at that guy or anybody else who wants to do that. And I don't do dupers because I really feel like the reason why I like playing hardcore is being forced to go out there and gather the stuff that you need to use to make your builds and all that. It adds to it, and I appreciate that out of a lot of it. I was also surprised, and this is why I always emphasize I play vanilla hardcore. Throughout the video, the guy was also saying like, "Oh yeah, it's this mod pack that lets me do like enhanced mining and stuff like that." And I saw he's like climbing, cutting trees, and all that kind of stuff. So it's not totally hands off, and I have no idea what the mods were or any of the true implications. But again, if you're playing hardcore, to me, that means you're playing it as out of the box stuff. And as soon as you start shaders, sure, whatever. I don't mind the regular textures, but shaders are cool. But as soon as you start like, oh, well, I'm going to give myself this advantage, and some of it was like unlock commands. Maybe not in that one. Maybe it just had to be in the back end of the mods, but giving more power to your redstone contraptions and that kind of stuff. To me, that just feels like, okay, we've teetered over an edge here. We're not playing a true hardcore, but it was still amazing. The build was so inspirational. That's part of why I'm like, oh yeah, I should do more of the roads and that kind of stuff. But that one was just over the top, and I laud the dude for the dedication that it takes to make some of those things. It definitely proved my point from the last videos. Name their cat Purpur after Minecraft. We got a little Purpur. I Oh, I also thought this build, it's so cool, and those things look really good, and there's an art to them, right? It's like the people that like doing kit modeling or Legos or that kind of stuff. It doesn't take away from the coolness of the thing you're making because there's instructions to follow or a recipe or whatever. And from that side, I think it is really cool that there's stuff out there that, yeah, I want to make a super cool, varied and textured thing. Um, I want it to look like this, and I'm sure you can do the whole thing through Chat GPT or anything like that. Like tweak a design, and have it. I want it to look like an evening setting or something like that, and I want these to be the base colors, but I want them all to be softened through and all that. Whatever it was crazy, but it's telling you if you follow this exactly and place these blocks exactly where they are, you're going to come out with this. Now, there's levels, right? Because I certainly will use a circle pick block guide to get a base for a tower or whatever with whatever the diameter is that I'm using that given time or anything like that. So they're all just degrees. It's what your comfort is, but I kind of like even if the result isn't quite as pretty as I'd love it to be on our first Star Warsy building. I like that whole go try something, tear it out if it doesn't look right, make some tweaks, be flexible to just go through a process. I'm actually kind of digging that. I mean, it's pretty hideous when it's not covered, but when it's just subtle back behind, it's pretty good. Hey, what's up, Slimy? How are you doing, bud? What I'm putting off, because I don't know if I have the energy for it today. I guess I have all this dirt. Do we really want to start moving stuff? We're almost up to the end of the stream today. And I really want it to just be done, but it's not. And I really don't know if I want dirt to be the first thing. Let's put dirt here, right? Throw those in. So what I was saying though about this guy with this massive build and all these complex, like 750,000 blocks, he had a lot of shulkers, and you can make the shulker farm to farm individual shulkers, which is a good thing if you're going to be making that many shulkers. I had tried to get that working on a previous world. I haven't really had a successful one, but I think with watching a few more videos as we got close and setting it up, we could definitely get to that point. And then what you do is instead of having to have all right, we got a lot of dirt and it could spill into here and then go over again, you just start using shulkers at the bottom to fill a shulker with dirt and then throw that into one of the slots. Fill all those up, you're good to go. I think we'll see. But that could be a good stopgap in between having to put rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of stuff. Let's go ahead and get some deep slate out of these. Let's make it our goal to clear these boxes at least, right? So deep slate. Got a lot of that, and we got some more in this chest. Doesn't matter to me how a person plays. What bothers me is the hordes player who make videos titled "Stop doing this." Yeah. Like, how dare you? Oh, it gets even better. Amanda, I think you said that you don't stream. I don't know that I ever got around to. I probably followed you, but I haven't seen any. Let's check. You got time? I haven't. I am horrible person. You've been awesome in the chat when you've been here, and I appreciate it. I am now following you, and there we go. Now let's open a link in a new tab and just check Yeah, no video. I thought you had maybe said that you were in a streamer, but I do like to get followers back, even if people aren't chasing them. Just cause I'm ready if you ever change your mind. There you go. I don't like streaming. I'd rather watch. I hear you. I'm glad you're enjoying chilling out. Um, there you go. Yeah, whatever the comfort level is. But as you were saying about the YouTube videos that are like, don't do Minecraft this way. If you don't play this way, you're a fool and you're doing it wrong. Imagine having people come in and tell you that while you're making content. Like, oh, you're totally playing wrong. It's like, you entitled so and so. Leave me alone. Let me play my sandbox game the way I want to play it. Because clearly I've played it a bit. Maybe if I'm not doing it exactly the way that you or your favorite streamer told you to do it, maybe I have a reason. Maybe ask, like, hey, why are you doing it that way instead of maybe this way? But no, you're doing it. Do it this way. There's all types, though. All right, let's get some tough to stagger this. So these are all primarily overworld, but basalt, even though you can get some out of the geode stuff, is not. And I think we'll go... Same deal with the dirt. Put our most prolific stuff at one end. And we could probably throw some basalt at the other. Yep. No, I'm 100% there on that one. So the different opinion or thought in my head here is putting netherrack right at this end makes it quicker to just pop around and fill the most needed, right? We're not always going to come back with basalt, but most often when we come back from the nether, we're going to run into stuff. All right, now we got some more subtlety to lay in here. And unfortunately, thanks to all of the wonderful new textures and varieties, I don't even have enough. Usually I will set a particular type of wood in each. And with threes, then I have spaces for saplings and leaves, because I rarely fill all these up. But yeah, you just got plenty of room. I think here we're going to go like that. And I have a feeling that the rest of this stuff... And this could also include the hanging flowers, maybe not glowberries as such, but mossy. I don't know. Are there mossy vines or any? What else? Oh, the Mario lily pad things. Those could all go in this bottom one. If we continue our mossy mining, we're gonna have a lot of moss, and I wouldn't keep. This is a little bit easier than. Just keeping a chest or something of moss and then finding you need it for a big terraforming project and being out. So now I think we're... Oh, almost good. You two. And then we can finally clean up all of this nonsense. Again, I'd like to do some little... one-off storagey things here, but I don't know exactly how I want to shape them. I would think barrels, for again stuff that you're never gonna have too terribly much of, but you want to keep easy and ready and quick to grab. But I don't know exactly yet what that would look like. But I'm thinking maybe some four-sided somethings, maybe with barrels. Uh, if a wall came out here and then there were barrels like this and like this and like this and like this, something like that. But I think we've got some time, and then these extra chests we'll throw in here and have them ready when we do want to expand this further down because, like I said, I don't even have enough room to lay out trees. We're going to have places for zombie flesh and all that other good stuff. Let's go. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that probably has been done a few times, but it's just a part of the longer and longer this stuff goes. You or me or anybody is exposed to Minecraft, the more you've lived and watched through generations of younger kids growing up, finding the game, discovering the game, doing it, as a kid does, kind of all wrong, and there you go. Not knowing how to do things that they want to do, and if you just build a house and fill it with cows and kill all the cows all the time, burn it all down, that's how my niece and they make little villages and then they just level everything. It's great. It's like Legos, right? It's exactly that freedom to design and build and then destroy and start it all over again. I love it. Um, but trying to play efficiently or turning on monsters or not using starter chests or whatever, that stuff's all part of growing up with the game. You're not ready for that at 7 or 8 as you would be at 14. But at 14, you've discovered YouTube and you're watching these people and they're clickbaiting and trying to grow audience and being like, yeah, we're doing this the best way ever. And, uh, the, the demographic that targets the young viewers with hype and screams and all that, not particularly worried about like, oh, we're doing this for the first time ever when it's been done for 10 years, right? It's just a new audience and they're loving it. And there's something to be said for growing an audience if that's your main goal. To it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. You're creating the hype, the excitement for being there. What are we gonna do next, and how crazy is it? Um, that's all perfectly good. And that's another one that a lot of people will come into chats and be like, oh, there's the bots. Hey, we're gonna give you a bunch of followers, or we're gonna try to raise your visibility. Just pay us this, or lock into grinding on our server so that we can hype a bunch of other stuff. Um, it boggles people's minds, and I'm like, I honestly I don't care if there's 2 people. I'd rather have 4. But I don't mind if y'all are watching something else, or you're busy that day, or you just decide I got to get outside and see some sunshine, or feel the rain on my face, whatever. I don't need it to be, I don't need to feel a flex of a particular number or something like that. Although certainly it helps me prioritize putting time into this kind of stuff, but still irrelevant. Now I'm talking into an ad. We're basically just gonna wrap up, I think. Let's now while we've got this ad going, let's slime balls are probably not the first, but they will be um, overwhelming a bit. String. I'm trying to remember. Obviously bones, not that. string with eyes, because we'll make a spider row, a skelly row. I was trying to keep a couple of these up. Leather, I kind of still have out at the farm, as well as chicken feathers. Um, or string. Ooh, a phone app ad? Yeah. Uh, some phone companies telling me now that I need their app. I've never even owned a phone. I can't wait for my ad blocker to start working again. Props on no mobile. That it's tempting. It's tempting to just toss it. I I do think there's a lot of disservice. That we'll save that all that stuff for another stream sometime because yeah, it's a dark underbelly, right, of some of these things. Um, they're built to fail or to slow down or to need to be replaced. They're not built for quality or durability. The inbuilt obsolescence of all this stuff, you almost just see the darkened boardroom with the we're gonna get them with this, um, all that, and then the um, un I don't know. I'm not a big safety rails or anything like that person. I think uh, people should, because some people want all that stuff. Some people want to have every latest gadget and thing, and to them it's worth it to subscribe to every single streaming service that's out there, or get every app or latest phone mini game thing, whatever. It's like there's a cost to all that, and in some ways it gets taught pretty early on, and others it doesn't. I think uh, parents are put in a terrible position when first their kids are um, peer pressured themselves, but then they're peer pressured as well to get their kids phones earlier and earlier and earlier. And I know a lot of my friends that have kids and families and all that have been like, well, we'll give them our older phones and we'll just make them Wi-Fi only. Um, they're not going to have plans. They're not going to have data. Basically, they can use them around here to play games and all that kind of stuff. Um, but yeah, then you start getting apps and those kind of things that go along. And there's parental controls and all that. I know I'm not a parent, so I haven't had to deal with that, thank God. But it's really tough. And um, when kids are first starting out, and either they got an allowance or a little side job or whatever, and they're getting a little bit of money, um, when there's just buy, hitting them all the time on all these different things on their phones, it's kind of sad because they're missing out on those opportunities to, hey, I want to go out with my friends and just get some slices of pizza, or go to a carnival or something like that. So tough choices. But again, that's kind of life too. Yeah, not having to video at all. Yeah, I'm like that. Ironically, because I did some pretty heavy duty amateur photography on like vacations and stuff like that. I've never been a picture guy, unless I'm traveling to go, look for uh, nature or wildlife or something like that. But if we're going to Bourbon Street in New Orleans or something like that, I'm not taking pictures of my food. I'm not taking pictures of the same friends I see all the time around the table every time. Just not kind of my jam. And that's kind of the opposite of the Facebook. I don't know how dead that is. I know I've got an account and I haven't logged into it for years, and I suspect that I miss out on some stuff along the way, but I think I miss out on a lot more nonsense along the way. And I used it, and then I was like, oh yeah, I check it quarterly, like 4 times a year, just to see what's gone by, and then I just stopped, and I haven't missed it. Well, yeah. But I also remember being a kid on road trips way before there were phones or tablets or anything else. And my our parents were so awesome. They took us on several long cross country road trips and let us see a ton of stuff. But we're in the back playing Uno, and it's long for an attention span of a kid and all that. And sometimes you don't catch those moments. I was certainly like that, but I can, to exactly your point. Um, I was probably in middle school or junior high, on a school bus loaded up with ski gear and all that. I was going on a ski trip with a church group or something. I'm pretty sure it was a church group at that point. And I remember, it's driving through the night to get us out there, and we could all sleep on the bus. And I remember the not really being able to sleep on the bus and waking up with my head against the window, and as the sun's coming up and we're somewhere out in Wyoming or something like that, and having grown up in Minnesota, I've got rolling hills. I had a ski hill down the street from where I grew up and all that. I'm like, oh, I got this. And just that dry expanse of the kind of rolling hills that are cut with every little stream forms a little wash or a mini canyon, and just this jagged, broken terrain. Feeling like, oh man, I wish I had a horse and I could just go riding out here, like it was. And then absolutely fell in love with the mountains. And I'm a jaded, probably 15-year-old or something at that point, and absolutely fell in love. And sometimes that the magic's still out there. Nature can cut through all the noise, but it just you have to be in the right place and time for it. So sure though. Hey, James, Jamie, not James. I gotcha. I'm pointing not to the camera, but to the chat. How you doing? Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I used to, as a little kid, I used to be able to just read a freaking book on a car ride, and like no car sickness, no, like just yeah, we're good. That those days are less. I got to look up a lot more. Um, but I'm also the kind of person as an adult when I go like this past year over New Year's, I was down in San Antonio after having been to visit my family in Iowa. Kind of did a big triangle in the country. Sorry, there you go. This is west, that's east, and it was amazing. But even an audiobook or something, sometimes I just turn those off, and I'm like, I got my thoughts. I've got all this slowly changing landscape, and that's like north central Texas, flat as a pancake, nothing out there. But there's still a beauty to it, and you're still getting the chance to go see stuff that's not like home and different. And yeah, I'm the deal. Yeah, I hope you're recovering though. Um, oh, keep those ATVs on their wheels. All right, well, let's take this down, wrap it up. It's been a blast, and I think we didn't do anything earth shattering or world shattering in our session today, but we made one very very big improvement, and got to hang out with their villagers. Actually, no, it is world shaking. We brought a whole new group of people together in our future city village, and that is worthy of praise. All right, excuse me for the burp. This goes there. Load them up. This goes there. Load them up. I'll probably hang on to the bone meal for a bit. Creepers next, I think. That goes there. And then spooters. And eyes. And we do have some of those in our brewing area as well, so I think we're fine getting them down. But like here, if I thought to grab them, I could throw arrows as we build excess. I mean, we're up to 44. We usually drop that down to like 16 and pew 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 stuff. Also, we wanted to get these out of here. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that whiplashy type stuff. That if you jar your neck, that's why. Other than the expression being pain in the butt, pain in the neck is pretty apt to anytime you got neck stuff. It's so miserable because you don't think about how often you are moving this thing around, wobbling and nodding and bobbing and all that, and each and every one of those things can hurt. All right. You. We're going to have to get you dialed back up. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some animals or trading or something. Otherwise, we'll do it. Maybe do some more farming next time around. God, I love that we left that short of the pigs, so that I can just kind of cut across. It's like, is there something under the trees there? I don't know. We got our map updated, so we've now got the Star Wars build in. We got people living in there. We got our Savannah cleric loaded up with carrots. So hopefully some of the new population that can be supported will be Savannah children. And now we've got two forest villagers as well. So the village is doing pretty good, but we didn't do professions or anything like that. It's a quick deal. Good. I'm glad to know you're on the mend. That's the best part. But I'm sorry going through it. I'm glad you get to enjoy a passion like that you do enjoy. But yeah, sometimes you gotta break a little bit to know how much you really appreciate something and how bad you want it. All right, guys, I'm sorry as we got new folks dropping in here that we got to wrap up, but we do tomorrow for folks that yeah, never do that again. Yeah, I've done that a lot, said that a lot. Tomorrow we will likely be later in the day. So plan for it now. If you're in Europe or something like that, it's going to be more of a later evening stream. If you're here in the States, at later afternoon kind of time, I would be absolutely shocked if I'm back and ready to go anytime before 2 p.m. U.S. Mountain Time. So that's 5 Eastern, and it could shift later than that. But it does give a chance for some of our later in the day folks to be able to hang out after work or whatever. So we'll do that. Yeah, well, I'm planning to have a good afternoon for a bit, but yeah, thank you guys very much. Thank everybody who came along. Thank you for the new followers and the hydrates and Truck and Rick coming by. Amanda, you've been here the whole way, and I've loved it. Helps make these builds and things go by. And thank you for all the tips on moss mining. Like I said, I've done it a bit, but maybe we'll refine that a little bit. We'll see how much more we use that. But I do appreciate the value of a good moss block and a big supply of them to do a little terraforming. So we'll see how we go. Can't wait for the next one. Stay awesome, my friends. And yeah, like we talked about, make tonight the best night ever. Go, who knows? Maybe say hi to somebody new. If you're my age or something, a random stranger. But if you're younger, classmate you haven't ever talked to, or some new face, maybe they'll end up being your next or the actual best friend of your life, and you just don't even know him yet. So take a chance, have a good one, but don't endo off an ATV because that hurts. All right, guys, appreciate you. We'll see you next time. Bye now.